Hello and welcome to Oulu, Finland for the UIAA Ice Climbing European Youth and Seniors Championships. Now we've had the speed finals, we've had the under-16 lead finals, now for the big stuff. We've got the under-19s, the under-21 and the seniors lead finals about to kick off. 42 athletes from 10 countries, all vying for a chance to be crowned a European champion. Also up for grabs is the European Cup, don't forget. Now this is a final stop and season decider with several athletes going for that. And it's come down to the wire between Annie Berkling and Marianne van der Steen in the females. So my name is Tarquin Cooper and I shall be commentating throughout all the action and drama this afternoon. Outside, it's a very wintry wonderland, -7 degrees, a little bit chillier than it was earlier, but pretty much bang on average for this time of year in this beautiful part of Finland. About 600 kilometers north of Helsinki. I want to try and put us on the map. And here we are, the tower, which is made from a repurposed crane, is the scene for this afternoon's battle. Got several heats to go through with the under-19s, the under-21s and the adults. But first up will be the under-19s with the females. Starting off will be Meri Livak from Finland, Russia's Elizaveta Smedova, Johanna Turi from Finland, Ronja Kaila also from Finland, and then Olga Vulegzanina, Tilda Kürkenvetter, Selina Bossard from Switzerland, and Daria Golotova from Russia. Over on the male side, the male under-19s, we have Piri Bjork, Jorge Veiga Rodriguez, Eno Robert Sergai, Javier Paredes Ramos, and Henok Garcia Montoya, comprising an all-Spanish lineup, Zakhar Novoselov from Russia, Danila Naumov, and Alexander Zagenov, also from Russia, due to take part. People are pretty wrapped up warm there. That looks like David Buffard competing earlier in the speed event this morning. So if you get a chance, do check that out. It was quite an exciting time, especially for a certain Anton Niemov laying down a marker, a reminder that he was still very much in the game. So it's quite the structure. It's had quite a lot of development over the last year. All the volumes are new, all the panels are new. Relies on a whole team of volunteers to keep serviced. And it's quite an art to keep the pipes clear. Occasionally they freeze, requiring them to be brought inside, all 20 meters of these pipes, and defrosted. So here we are. This looks like Meri Livak from Finland, heading up the youth females under-19. She could be forgiven for feeling a little bit nervous, being the first one to climb this afternoon. Of course, we had the under-16s earlier. Got a new route. And just going to do... So the women have 5.5 minutes. And it begins with this fun little section. Just notice the belay is spotting her because obviously the rope wouldn't do much at that height. So quite a fun thing to do, to put the overhanging thing. Oh no, she's off. No harm done. Round of applause. And sadly for Meri Livak, that is her finals over. We'll have to wait and see how the other athletes get on. Hopefully that won't be the crux for many other athletes. If we see more than one athlete come off there may be questions asked. Was it too difficult? Of course, many of these athletes have traveled far, and it is the wish of the organizers. You know, they're putting on a competition, but to ensure that athletes get a chance to climb as much as they can. There's the structure, 22 meters high it is. The second mini tower is actually made from discarded railway structures. And the overhang is known as Husky Hanky, apparently Finnish for the Kinky Hang. There we are. Oh, we're going to have to wait until you get to see that. So we've gone on to the men now. And this is Piri Biok from Finland. Men get slightly longer. They get 6 minutes. So they have a slightly different start on a volume. Interesting to start the route with quite an awkward move. Normally on a route, you're allowed a little bit of time to kind of ease into it. Initially, the first few moves are often quite straightforward. The better athletes will race through those opening moves. And then the ground gets steadily steeper as the route progresses. So perhaps this is a Finnish thing. So this is Bjork's first time. He's 15 years old. There we are. He is on the route now. The minute having gone down. You can see the new panels that were installed last year. Feels like he's just struggling a little bit to find his feet. Oh no, he's off. Another one whose route never really got going. He never really relaxed, just felt uncomfortable. He looked a little bit tense. And it looked as though his legs just, his feet just popped, but that left toe popped. Sadly, that's it for Bjork from Finland. But all part of the competition experience, dealing with pressures. Shout out to all the sponsors and local partners here in Oulu, Finland, without whom, of course, this event could not be possible. So we'll go back to the women next. A little glimpse of the ice structure as well. Great place to climb, fantastic venue. Remember, there's tons of content also behind the scenes on our Instagram channel at UIAA Ice Climbing World Tour. To change our Instagram account recently due to a little snafu with Instagram. So do follow us and find us. So this is Elizaveta Smerova. She is 17 years old. came 10th in the under-19s in Saas-Fee a few weeks ago. So let's see how she copes here in Oulu. Jacket comes off.
Oh, yes. I know yesterday.
Now she walks away today with already one medal. She took the bronze in the speed this morning, so anything else is a bonus for her. So, 5.5 minutes begins for Elizaveta Smedova. On possibly the most awkward technical start we've seen in competition, certainly for a few years. It's kind of almost a bouldering move here. Can she get her feet over? She needs to get her feet over. Can she get into a fig four? Really need to get into fig four, get those feet over the arm. It is something that most of these athletes will have practiced. It is one of the moves. Oh no, and her feet are down. She is off as well. It's all over for Elizaveta Smedova. Quite harsh for these athletes to face such a technical challenge so early on in the route and not really get a chance to get on it proper. But dealing with disappointments is valuable experience as dealing with successes. Although, of course, that will provide no comfort to her right now. So if you've just tuned in, we are at the UIAA European Championships and Youth Championships here in Oulu, Finland. And we're currently watching the under-19s. And it's going to be a stream all the way through the afternoon and evening, or morning, depending on where you are in the world. We watch the under-19s, under-21s, and the seniors. So this is Jorge Vega Rodriguez from Spain. He's tying in there. The old ubiquitous figure of 8 knot. Absolutely the staple for climbers. Probably the first thing you learn as a climber, the figure of 8 knot. The under-16s all have to tie in with it as well. You can't do it. They can't let someone else do it. Has he got it? Just tie it back on in on itself, put the tail away. So good to see a full team here from Spain. We've got 3 Spanish athletes. We haven't seen Spain much on the European or World Tour in recent years, so really great to see them. They put together a full team in Saas-Fee a few weeks ago. So here we go. Jorge Vega Rodriguez. His 6 minutes has begun. With straight away this cheeky hard move. Right at the start of the route. Interesting using his hands there. Real feature of modern ice climbing. You wouldn't have seen that 10 years ago, perhaps not even 5 years ago. You're now seeing climbers having to have the full array of skills from bouldering, lead climbing, to perform well. So, Vega Rodriguez is now on the route. Looking a little bit more comfortable than York was earlier. And of course, psychologically, that will be a big boost for him just to get on the route proper, to get past that first little awkward section, get onto the scoreboard. And that begins really when he gets his first quick draw. The first quick draw is clipped for him, and then the points come with every quick draw you're able to clip. Quite an awkward angle, that bit of stone. And he just has a look around. He's not sure about it. Maybe it takes the tool that way round. It's an undercling, floating undercling. Not quite as secure as a stein, which is when the head of the axe is flush against the wall. Requires a lot of core stability. So far, so good for the 16-year-old. A little bit of blue sky behind him. Earlier in the under-16s, the sun came out. It was one part of the route was bathed in lovely low winter sunlight. Not sure there was a lot of warmth in it though. -7 outside. So Vega Rodriguez looking pretty confident now as he steps out onto the overhanging section of the structure. Just in the figure of 4, they're trying to get past this little bit of a hanging fin. Figure of 9. Now this roof in total is 16 meters long, and it's known locally as the Husky Hanky. Apparently means the kinky overhang. Jorge struggling here a little bit to surmount this obstacle, fighting to stay on the route. Just a little bit out of sight on what exactly is going on. But his teammates are giving him a lot of encouragement from below. It's under 2 minutes remaining, so he's got time on the clock, but whether there's much time left in those arms and legs as the lactic acid builds up, he seems a little bit more secure at least now as he gets quick draw number 4. He's at least on the scoreboard. Quick draw number 4 gives him the score of 4 and 17. That's the hold that he's at. This is the 17th hold on the route. Only a minute remaining now. Steeply overhanging. Hanging with one arm, matches with the right. Can he get over? He does. Now that's where the strength comes in. Clearly a strong lad. Did well just to be able to hang off one arm. Maintain his composure. Match with the right. Can he get that next quick draw? He does. Number 5. With half a minute remaining on the clock. He's still in the fight. Jorge Vega Rodriguez. Great view of the climb from this angle. You really get a sense for just how steep and how overhanging it is. Just how small some of these holds are. Matches right. Oh, he's oh, he did well. That's a heroic save, but looks like the clock is up. 5:19 for Vega Rodriguez. Seems pretty happy. Definitely the signs of a smile there on his face. He at least has set the marker now, 5.19. Definitely not an easy route. Lost a lot of valuable time at that first overhang before he worked out the sequence of moves required. Well, it would be interesting to see how rest of the field follow, whether they too will find that as challenging as he did. Did so well to hang in there, but he was out of time, if not strength. So, next up is Johanna Turi from Finland, 17 years old. We saw her competing in Saasvee a few weeks ago, where she came 7th in the under-19s. Last year in Oulu, when it was a European Cup stop, she placed 8th, but no stranger to this structure. Perhaps no stranger to this route and the devious minds of the route setters, who have created a real challenge right at the start. And you've got to be careful. We've seen 2 athletes come off right at the beginning. Meri Livak and Elizaveta Smerdova both came off here, so perhaps we'll see third time lucky. Johanna Turi needs to get across this section. We've got the spotter moving into place. Hasn't quite got the pick placement there. Can she do it? She needs to get a tool onto that next hold and then swing her legs around onto the other side without touching the ground. Yet to see an athlete. So she goes into the Fig 9 with the right. That's the way. That is the way to unlock this feature. Can she do it? Expertly done. Looking good. And she's done it. Great moves there from Johanna Turi. That's a big step over onto the structure proper. Really interesting of the organisers, the route setters, to put such a hard move right at the beginning. But it does allow the athletes to test their figure of 4, figure of 9 sequencing at the beginning of a route when they have more strength. So maybe there's a logic to it, to putting it early on, because often when you have those strenuous moves further up, you just haven't got any energy left in the tank. So she's only just off the ground, and almost 2 minutes have passed. incredibly long way still to go for Johanna Turi. She's got clip draw. Not sure that corresponds the number to the 5th quick draw. The scoreboard says otherwise. Just shakes out the arms a little bit. Steps up on the ice. Reaches high with the right onto that stone. Difficult, this move, because it's a side pull. That means you've got to make sure your body tension is just right. No sudden moves. Got to hold the body in just the right place. And that requires balance, good core stability. Nice moves, keeping her hips in, leaning out. Reaches up to get that next quick draw. Good work so far from Turi. Every shake helps to just get a little bit of that lactic acid out. And your arms start to get a little bit pumped. Tool in the mouth. 2 minutes remaining. Looks like an intellect hold. At any rate, it's a little metal plate inside a hold. You've got to just get the pick in exactly the right place. Once you do that, it's pretty good. A reminder that our Instagram channel at UIAA Ice Climbing World Tour for loads more content. Some of the highlights from World Championships in Saas-Fee. We had the North American Championships a couple of weeks ago. Still to come, Russia. We've got Tumin and Kirov next month. Turi just reaching over with a hand there. Not sure whether that was to use a hold or just to check the pick was seated correctly. Oh no, and she's off. She went for a lunge there to get that next hold, and she just didn't have the right position. Didn't come close. A little bit desperate. But this is the moment. This is where most athletes have come unstuck. Until now, she's the first athlete to clear this overhanging traverse just off the ground. It's quite a steep baptism into the route. What do you think of that? Let us know in the comments. Do you think it's a good idea putting a nice hard move right at the start? These athletes will have the strength then. And it is just technique. If you know the technique. Yeah, it was a little bit of a desperate lunge there from Turi, but all great, valuable experience for her, so she can walk away with lots for the learning file, ready to come back again stronger, hopefully next year. The roping up now is this man, Erno Robert Sergai from Hungary. We saw him competing in the speed, where he came 4th this morning. Just missed out on a medal, but all good experience. He's been fairly active on the European Cup scene, competing in Utrecht, Benzilina, but his best was 18th in Utrecht in the Netherlands. Nice shout there for Erno. So the start is this volume on a really a slightly unstable structure. Not sure what to call it really. It moves, put it that way. And this rather big reach left to get onto the structure proper. And he's made it look, well, if not easy, at least doable. Nice moves, Erno. Hungary's only athlete in this contest. So currently the high point is held by Veiga Rodriguez of 5.19. Sergo just scratching around there. Maybe it's easier with the hand. It is, he uses both. Clearly he's got a, I think we could safe to say he's got a competition climbing background, or at least a gym climbing background. Just total comfort using the hands. He's back on the tools now, at least one of them. Works the feet up. So parts of this structure were salvaged from discarded railways, which had to be smuggled to the structure from Finland's train lines. Also make a perfect structure, and then had to be winched and hoisted into place, all by volunteers. Now, here comes the overhang. This is where things start to get a little bit more interesting, shall we say, for the climber taking part. 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Just got his hip caught there. Big kicks there to get around this overhang. You can see the flexibility required. Good. Being able to open those hips up, do the splits will definitely help you in this sport. If not, at least be able to get your legs nice and wide. So nice words of encouragement from the crowd below. Little shake of the right just to get lactic acid out. Come on, Erno. That's what they're shouting, and he's off. Oh, big smile from Erno. He's happy. He's happy with his progress, happy with where he got to. He knows he gave it his all. He just went for that floating undercling at this point. Made that look pretty easy. Came unstuck on the overhang. So that puts him into second place provisionally. Didn't get quite as high as Veiga Rodriguez. His left just ripped, but he has the look of someone who gave it his all and walks away happy in the knowledge that he couldn't have done better. And that's what it's all about. So next up we have Finland's third athlete in the under-19 female, Ronja Kaila. She also took part in the speed this morning, a little bit off the pace. But she did have 3 routes and successfully topped them all, which is more than could be said for other athletes. Remind our Instagram channel at UIAA Ice Climbing World Tour. Do look out for us and hit the follow button for the latest content updates, behind the scenes, and all the news of the tour. So Ronja Kaila tying in now. She's come from from isolation. Hasn't seen how any of the other girls have progressed, although you get an idea if a route is over within a couple of minutes, you will have that sense that Maybe they came off early. So here we go. Here's the crux. First crux right at the beginning. Really boils down to whether you have got this overhanging technique dialed, that ability to keep your feet off the ground and swing through the moves, that figure of 4, figure of 9 moves. Which is a vital skill that you need in this sport. Normally later on in a route. Wow. Impressive stuff there from Kyla. She's done it. So figure of 4 there. And it's nice that we can really see how she does this. So you've got the right leg over the left arm, and then she switches so that the right leg goes over the left arm, of the right arm, excuse me. And that allows her to keep her feet off the ground. And it also helps to weight the tool so that that's more positive and more secure in the hold. I think now the second spotter can now, his job is done. He can take a step back. Well done, Kyla. She is now on the route proper with just under 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Next in her sights is the high point achieved by her teammate Johanna Turi. We've got up to 17th hold, another 10 holds to go. Just taking her time here. You want to be as fast as possible. Too fast, you can make rush. You can rush, you can let it get to you, and that's when mistakes are made. So it's a careful line you need to walk between moving efficiently through the moves and not rushing, not lunging. Reaches up with the left. Just test the hold. Steps up. Matches with the right. And then reaches up with the left to get that next hold. Gets second quick draw. Onto that stone. Not quite. Usually there is a little sweet spot on it. And she's worked out that it's not on the top, it's just to the side, which means you have to pull from the right. You have to approach it with your weight, just pulling in a nicely even fashion. Just a reverse grip with the left, that allows her to deploy more of her back muscles. It's a little bit less demanding, a bit more secure, and using your sort of biceps, but many more muscles in your back, and holding the tool with your little finger pointed towards the head. Reverse grip allows you to do that. So reaches up with the left into that little intellect hold. Can hear the Finns shouting, "Come on, Ronja." She got the hold. Whoa! She likes to live dangerously. It looks really small, marginal and sketchy. That little bit of shiny metal. But once you get a good hold on it, it's very positive. She's gone for that. Now, next hold. 30 seconds remaining. Still a way off Johanna Turi's last high point. shake out the lactic acid. The clock is ticking. It's really now or never for her to get as high as she possibly can. Doesn't quite get it on that go either. Last effort. No. She's off and the clock stops. Round of applause there for Ronya Kaila. Four more female athletes to follow. It's difficult to fault any of her technique. Just worked this opening move so well, but she didn't have the speed. That was a little bit desperate. Perhaps a more polished, more experienced climber wouldn't have just swung quite so violently. But by this stage, it was worth just at least trying for that hold. You get a little bit of an extra point if you can stick the hold. But the clock had run up. Now, from Spain, we have Javier Paredes Ramos. Makes a fast start. That traverse posing no difficulties for him. Part of Team Spain, 17 years old. Possible podium contender, having come second in Saas-Fee a few weeks ago. That was the World Youth Championships of 2022. This is the European Youth Championships. Moves well through the moves here in this opening vertical section. A sense of the tension required to keep yourself in that position. Just sensing the little vibrations in the tool. But so far he's looking strong. That's that floating undercling with the left. Requiring quite a lot of balance and strength. Reaches with the right. Tries to get the hold a little bit higher. Quick draw is in sight. Is he going to go for it? He is. Now for the overhang, big reach to get onto this first little structure. Much of the route, much of the structure has been rebuilt over the last year. All the panels are new, you can see that. All the volumes are new. So he's cleared the secondary tower. Now it's this roof up to the main tower. Let's see how far he can get. The high point is currently held by his teammates, just hanging on for dear life there. Can he recover? He can. That's where the strength comes in. High point currently held by his teammate, Jorge Vega Rodriguez, 5'19". Javier Paredes Ramos is not far behind. Indeed, he now inches into the lead. Still several moves yet to clear this roof. Known affectionately by the Finns as the kinky overhang, or husky hanky. He's just fighting to get his feet into the structure, kick them in. It's now really quite strenuous on the arms. He can't do it. He's off his cross. A little bit disappointed there. You can see him curse. Slaps his thigh in disappointment. This is fallen tool. So up the first part of the route, moved efficiently and well. Likewise, when he got onto the overhanging roof, this opening part, he didn't look too much in trouble. But here you could just sense just how strenuous it was, and that probably depleted him, just hanging off the arm there. And then he got here and just didn't have the strength just to hold himself in place with one arm. His feet were a little bit all over the place. Tried it, didn't have the strength. However, Javier Paredes Ramos now moves into the lead with a score of 6-21. As we now go back to the girls. And this is Olga Vulagzanina up next. Just 16 years old. Get a sense of the light closing in. Here we're quite far north, just south of the Arctic Circle. Now she started. Let's see how she does this overhang. Ooh, nearly, she got to keep the feet high. Spotter watches her closely. She gets her tools into place. Now it's getting the next tool. Oh, she's going straight for that hold. Can she do it? Oh, sweet. Expertly done. Manages to avoid the whole need of sequencing through Fig 4s, Fig 9s. Manages to get that, swing the legs over in one go. That will have saved her a lot of time. Only lost a minute there getting across, and she is now on the main structure with 4 minutes and 40 seconds still to play with. Just lost her footing a bit there. It's the third athlete I've seen do that. Olga narrowly missed out on a medal in Kirov in the Youth Championships there in 2020. She came fourth, competing then in the under-16. Now she's 16, competing in the under-19 category. It's all done on year of births. Reaches up with the left. Really solid side hang there on that metal. Gets the quick draw. Big reach there with the right. Feels with the right hand. One tool over the shoulder, one in the mouth. One hand on the hold, gets the quick draw. Looking very, very confident. Tolokonina. Two and a half minutes remaining. Not a lot of time for these competitors. Works the feet high as she can. And to step over left. Really strong moves here from Tolokonina. Oh, no, she's off. Commentator's curse, famous last words. Up until then, she was looking really strong and confident, moving well through the moves. It just goes to show in this sport, one little lapse of concentration, one little false move, and you can be off so easily. But she really just nailed that opening move, foregoing the need to get her legs over our arms. Just managed to get over straight away. Just by placing the tool, missing out that middle hold. Now, we're going to see what happened when she came off. Yeah, she just didn't quite have the right body position for that. And the right came off. Still, good performance there from the 16-year-old Russian. And she moves into the lead. So all is not lost, but still two more athletes to come after her, Daria Glotova and Selena Bossard. Now it's back to the men. And it is another Spaniard, Henok Garcia Montoya. He didn't do quite as well as his teammate in Sasfe, coming third to Javier's second place in the under-19s. But let's see how he does today. So 6 minutes have started. They've got to keep the feet above the red line, the pink line. Onto the plywood. Expertly done by Garcia Montoya. Oh no! Ooh, that was close. That was so close. I was worried for a moment. That would have been famous last words again. Likes to live dangerously, this young man, with moves like that, so close to the start. Oh, and he's off. He looks at his tools as if to say, what happened? Unfortunate. He just hadn't quite found the groove. Sometimes you just can't explain these things. Not in the right headspace. That was his first lucky escape. And then he reached up with the left. Did he get his feet stuck? The left just gave out. Perhaps he didn't have the pick in exactly the right spot. So we move back to the women, to Tilda Quiconverta. She was one of the athletes competing in speed this morning. It didn't manage to get on the podium, but she managed 3 ascents to get to that all-important timing mat. 3 solid performances. All for the memory bank. Here she comes. 16-year-old Finnish athlete. Now, last year here in Oulu, she came third. That's the European Cup, not the youth event. So perhaps we can expect promising things from her. Let's see, let's not tempt the fates. So she has 5.5 minutes to get as high as she possibly can. Now, let's see how she makes this little obstacle interesting. She's going for the feet over the arms into the figure 9. And then swaps the hands. Now holds the tool with the left. Gets that right leg over the left into the figure 4. Freeing up the right hand now to get that next hold right at the end and then swing the legs over. That is how you do it. Or at least one of the ways you do it. Good technique there from Kuzovlev, showing the necessary skills you need to deal with roof sections of a climb. Really interesting, I think, that the organisers, the route setters rather, have set a kind of roof problem right at the start of the route. Nice to be able to test these young athletes, different skill sets. Saying earlier how this route really challenges all the skill sets that you required. Dry tooling, ice climbing, bouldering. Not sure if there are any dynos in this particular route. But we're certainly seeing athletes deploy the full gamut of skills required and techniques needed to progress on very technically challenging ground, such as this. We've got a mix of holds from plastic and metal. Searching for that hold. She's hoping it's right at the top, but it's not. It's just to the side on the left. And then you've got to lean your body weight to the right. She manages to do that and get the next hold. Just looks down at her feet just to check they're okay. And she get the next quick draw. And she's going to get this next hold. Gets the pick in the little magic spot. Matches with the right. That left is super secure. 2.5 minutes remaining for Tilda Kirchenwerter. Not a lot of time that the girls get, 5.5 minutes. They've really got to work through the moves efficiently and not waste any time at all. It's not speed, but the clock is ticking. And the high point she needs to get to is 9.21. She's currently at 4:18. 5:18. Another 4 quick draws away is Nina. Nice technique there, just see her kind of walking her hands up through the different grips of the tool. 3 different options where to place your hand. Nice moves so far from Kuzovlev. Now she reaches out left. The reverse grip going there. Just a bit easier. Works the shoulder muscles. Big reach. Manages to get it. Matches with the left. Now it's about getting over this volume. 30. Ah, she's off. 36 remaining. Round of applause for Tilda Kuzovlev, who moves into the lead. She's just in the end, in those final few seconds, she got ahead of Olga Volexanina. Has a score of 10-23. So the numbers don't actually correspond to the quick draw number. So, next up, Zakhar Novozelev from Russia. First of 3 Russian athletes in the under-19 lead final. The others being Danila Naumov and Alexander Zaganov. Oh no, and he's off straight away. How disappointing for him. He can't quite believe it either. It'll be no comfort at all, but so many athletes have come off really early in both male and female under-19s. The right just came off. Unlucky, or he just didn't have the pick in exactly the right spot, but that's it for Zakhar Novozelev. Selena Bossard, who perhaps thought she might have more time, will be getting called up, saying you're up. And she'll be thinking, oh, that was a bit quick. Obviously, Zakhar came off early. So a reminder that we are going to be live again next month. We have the 2 back-to-back World Tour stops in Tyumen and Kirov in Russia. Now here comes Selena Bossard, 18 years old. She's really come on. She's competing all in the European Cup this season. Currently her overall standing is 11th, having come 4th in Bern, 6th in Malbourne. She also competed in Saas-Fee in the World Youth Championships, where she came 2nd. So, can she add to her medal tally at the European Youth Championships? Well, you'd think that if she got 2nd place in a World Championship, then definitely a medal is a possibility in a European Championships, but it doesn't always follow that. Sometimes you see athletes perform really well on the World Tour and then perform badly on the European Tour. So it all boils down to whether she can get across this efficiently. Looking confident so far. Swings the right leg over the right arm. Figure of 9, that's called. Moves the legs over. Steadies herself with the right. Now gets the tool over across onto the next hold. And it moves through. Gets that final hold with the tool, and she's done it. Another masterclass there on how to negotiate that low-hanging roof. Nicely done by the 18-year-old. But nice footwork. Really looking quite confident and strong. But of course, anything can yet happen in this game. 4.5 minutes remaining. And all it takes is one slightly misplaced pick. And it can all go wrong very quickly. She is at least on the scoreboard. Oh, did well to hang that. Lucky that her left foot was on the ice. I think if she was on the plywood, she might have swung completely off. She's on quick draw number 5. She get up to number 6. The next placed athlete above her is Ronya Kyla. Got to quick draw number 7. But the score to beat is that of Tilde Quickenwerter. Quick draw number 10. If she can get above that, Selina Bossard will move into the lead. Still a way to go with 2.5 minutes gone. Shaping up to be a beautiful evening here in Oulu, up in northern Finland. Oh, and she's off! She doesn't know quite what happened there. 1 minute, everything was going so well. And then suddenly she was off. Selina Bossard. Right looked good until it wasn't. It looked as though she had her pick just in the wrong place. It wasn't a hold that you take directly on top. It had to be from the side. So disappointing there for Selina Bossard. She moves into 4th place. That's back to the men now. Last 2 men in the under-19s. We've got Danila Naumov from Russia. And then it'll be his teammate Alexander Zaganov who follows him. But this is Danila, 17 years old, competing to be youth champion under-19s. He has 6 minutes. Quick sign to the B-led, check he's all good to go. And he's on the route. This is where his teammate Zaka Novozelev came off. Probably still wondering what happened, what went wrong. So disappointing for him. But that fate has not befallen Naumov. Who knows what lies in store for him. There are any number of places where he can come unstuck further on this route. But at least he's on the main structure. He's got past the first obstacle. And it's now just this vertical section of the route before it becomes steeply overhanging. And at this stage, athletes should be able to try and relax a little bit, get into the groove, and just focus on the climbing, making good moves, rushing nothing, making sure the footwork is good, making sure that picks it in the right spot. Very unforgiving if you have a pick, and you can have the pick in the right spot and just weight it incorrectly and you'll come off. So today was the last day of the Winter Olympics, and Russia lost the ice hockey to Finland, so perhaps the Russians today are looking to get one over on the Finns here on their home turf. Who knows? Naumov didn't quite like that. It's a floating undercling. That is the right way to do this move. That's the way we've seen others do it, such as Jorge Vega Rodriguez. As well as his teammate. So he's on the scoreboard. Just over 3.5 minutes remaining for Naumov. Oh, and he's off. Another one has come off way too early. Kind of lunged for it, went for this big reach and didn't have it. Difficult to see exactly. Precision is so key in this. Really, the moves at this stage, I mean, it wasn't a dyno. You're not required to do a flying leap. You should have been able to have secured the hold without really lunging for it. Unlucky for Naumov. So at the moment, we've got the two Spanish athletes in the #1 and #2 spots, Javier Paredes Ramos and Jorge Vega Rodriguez, in numbers 1 and #2, with a Hungarian, Erno Robert Sergai, in 3rd place, which is very unusual. Normally we see Russians much higher up in the rankings. We very rarely see the Spanish, so an exciting turnaround as we go back to the women. And this is now Daria Glotova preparing to rope up. So she's only 17, but very strong athlete. His first overall last year in Kirov, the only World Tour stop last year. Made easy work of that traverse. Coached by none other than Maria Tolokonina. Maria Tolokonina was once asked whether she got as much satisfaction from her students winning as she got from actually winning herself. And the answer that came back was an emphatic no. I prefer to win, she said. Although, of course, she does get some satisfaction from watching her students do well. She's still motivated by the desire to compete herself. So Glotova has really had quite the winning streak. She was first here back in 2019 in the under-16s when Oulu hosted the World Championships. She was also first in Kirov in the under-19s. So can she make it all three in both the under-16, under-19s and under-19s again? We'll give her 3 gold medals in the Youth Championships. high point she has to get to is the 10th quick draw set by Tilda Kirchenwerther. And Daria Glotova already looking very, very threatening indeed. Provided fate does not intervene, provided there are no silly mistakes. Just reaches over there. Quite awkward move there. A little bit of what's called a Gaston, where you sort of pull the arms apart, as if you're kind of trying to hold open a door. Just fishes around to find the sweet spot there. She got it. She thinks she has. She is now moving into prime position, poised to go into the lead if she can just make these next moves, get the next draw. She's taking her time. She's got time to play with. 2 minutes. Just a little check around the corner of that volume, just to see that floating undercling is set correctly. Mark of an experienced athlete, just taking her time. No rushed moves. And she get this. She got the strength to make another go. There, she's done it. Good work there from Daria Glotova. Very impressive indeed now. This is the right hand on the volume. Her right leg into position. That 11th quick draw will take her into the lead. Daria Glotova now moves into first place. Ahead of Tilda Kirchenwerther's. And she reached that. She needs to just reach a little bit further. She's got it. Very, very well done there from Daria Glotova. Now, she knows she hasn't got much time left. 45 seconds left remaining on the clock for her to get as high as she possibly can. Big shouts at Dubai, Dubai, Dubai. That's Russian for go, go, go. Really going for it now. Could we even see her top? 20 seconds remaining. Picture number 13. She's certainly giving herself an unassailable lead. She is the last female climber that she has with this climb won the gold. As the time comes to an end. Just tantalizingly close to the top. Oh, she went for it anyway, even though the clock had stopped. Great performance there from Daria Glotova. Let's wait for her official result to be confirmed, but that certainly secures her win in the under-19s, making it the fourth win after winning in Oulu, Kirov, and Kirov again last year. Great performance from the Russian athlete. 14.36 is her final score. Very clear lead above next place athlete Tilda Kirchenwerther. Takes the second, and Olga Vulegzanina, who comes third. Never looked really too threatened, very confident, strong, purposeful moves here from Daria Glotova. Just went for that final move as the clock ran out. So we're now looking at Alexander Zaganov, last of the under-19 male athletes. He's managed to get up to the overhanging section. And the score to beat is that set by the Spanish athlete, Javier Paredes Ramos. Oh, needs to get back onto the structure. Just really don't want to be hanging off your tools. It's just so draining of strength. He's still got, only really used up a minute. It's very, very fast. Alexander Zaganov, 17 years old. He's the only climber to top in qualifiers. Dangerous place to be. Can he hold himself there? Oh no, he's not going to be able to do it. He pulls himself up. Can he do it? Gets his feet in. That is an heroic recovery there from Alexander Zaganov. Where all those dead hangs come in handy. So impressive. Hanging off one arm, manages to recover, get back on the other arm and pull himself up back onto the route. So now that leaves him poised within striking distance of the high point reached by Javier Paredes Ramos. And now really neck and neck if he can get that 7th quick draw. He moves into the lead. Can he do it? He moves into the lead. Still got 3.5 minutes remaining. The question is, can he go all the way? No one topped in the women. No one has yet topped in the men. Now he's on this hanging roof now. Still with 3 minutes on the clock. So it's just a question here of moving efficiently through this sequencing, the Fig 4s, Fig 9s. It's something they would have done in training. When you're tired, it's competition, you've got lactic acid building up, and you've got the pump building on. It's quite a different thing. Oh, didn't get that placement first time. Nope, not the second. Can he save himself a second time? Oh, and he does. Zaganov fighting, he's determined to continue his climb to the very end. Big shouts from below. You can see the strength waning from him. He needs off. Great performance there from Alexander Zaganov. He will take the gold medal from that performance, the under-19 European Youth Champion. With the two Spanish athletes coming second and third. Javier Paredes Ramos and Jorge Vega Rodriguez coming second and third. But this was the moment where Alexander Zaganov saved himself for the first time. Just so strenuous there, hanging off that floating undercling. And then, again, to save himself here, where a lesser athlete would have come off. Be able to just hang there, put the tool, have the presence of mind to put the tool in the mouth, grab up with the left, and then pull yourself back onto the route. Really impressive stuff. Very strong athlete. Definitely someone to watch in the coming years. So that brings to a close the under-19s, male and female rounds. We now move effortlessly, smoothly on to the under-21s. So with the male results, that leaves Alexander Zaganov first place, Javier Paredes Ramos in second, and Jorge Vega Rodriguez in third place. Over on the female side, we have Daria Glotova from Russia in first place. Tilda Kuikenvirta takes the second from Finland, and Russia's Olga Vulegzanina taking third place. So we're now looking at Anna Pavlyuk from Russia. This is the under-21s women. Now, only 4 athletes competing in the under-21s in the female class, and Anna is the first. She has 5.5 minutes. Let's see what she makes of this low-hanging roof section. A reminder to do check out our Instagram channel at UIAA Ice Climbing World Tour. Got lots of behind-the-scenes content, highlights from Saas-Fee and other tour stops. Also, we have the news of upcoming tour stops in Russia. Pavlyuk making easy work of this traverse. Not quite off it yet, though. She hasn't quite, she's not in a really great position. There we go. There we go. She's done it. Pavlyuk took part in the speed finals this morning. Takes the bronze from that. So whatever happens right now in the next 5 minutes, she at least has the bronze speed medal to go home with. But with only 4 athletes in the under-21 female, the chances of getting another medal are pretty high. Just gingerly steps over there. Not quite as confident as some of the younger athletes we just saw. Anna is only just 19. The age category is all done on your year of birth, not your actual birthday. So for the under-19 category, it's anyone born from 2004 to 2006. And under-21s is for those born between 2001 and 2003. So Anna managed to come 5th a few weeks ago at the World Youth Championships in Switzerland. What can she manage today here in Oulu? Great atmosphere, fantastic structure here in with all the ice. Not quite sure. She doesn't seem very happy. Especially the right foot. She gets it. Is it a bit more secure when it's kicked into the volume? Certainly, it's so important for athletes to kick those front points in. And the best place is front in. She's gone for a little. She's got the hold and gingerly steps over. Cleared that little obstacle. Matches with the left. Big reach up with the right just to find that tiny little hold for the pick. Just taking her time. It's important not to be rushed, but at the same time, athletes really can't afford to spend too much time working through various problems. The clock is ticking. Should get that side hang, get that pick firmly lodged between those two metal holds, and she has. Pavlyuk steps it up again and gets that next quick draw. It's a little bit higher on the scoreboard. And she's off. Time ran out. But good performance there from Anna Pavlyuk. And she manages a smile for the cameras. The camera, by the looks of it, of Aneta Lujeka. So I can hear that Pablo Rodriguez Salas is about to begin his climb for the men. Oh, there we go, blowing a kiss. Not sure who that's directed to. One of her teammates, perhaps, mum or dad. At any rate, that ends her climb. But this now from Spain, part of this young, new Spanish team, all living in dangerous territory there. Rodriguez Salas. He won't be the only person to come off there if he did. But he looks like he's through the danger zone. So, 20 years old, this man. Just qualified for the finals in the under-21s, the World Championships a few weeks ago. Came 8th. So, at least he's matched that by making the final. Anything from here is an improvement. So far, he's still on the top rope section. Hasn't climbed yet above first quick draw. To that floating undercling with the left. It's always quite fun listening to the different cries of encouragement from teammates. Russia, dabai, dabai. French, allez, allez. And for the Spanish, we haven't heard it for a while on the World or European Tour. Arriba, arriba. A little bit of a shake with the left. Get that lactic acid out. Now to this steeply overhanging section. Oh, look at the flexibility of the legs there, very impressive. almost doing the splits. Just goes to show you really do need almost the flexibility of a gymnast in this sport and strength. In fact, it would be interesting to sign up a load of gymnasts and put them in this sport and see how they do. I'm sure they'd all do very well. Or equally the other way around. Some of these climbers would do pretty well. The parallel bars, I can imagine, the upper body strength they have. But here we are. It's this ice climbing. And we're with Pablo Rodriguez Salas. So far, so good for Spanish athletes. He gets quick draw number 5. Matches. Frees up the left to get that next quick draw. Great spot, fantastic location. Here outside the city of Oulu. Here in the Finnish wilderness. Absolute winter wonderland. Oh, look at that. Great moves there, very confident, looking really, really strong. There is the ice tower. Quite an art to building it, and Mother Nature doesn't help. If the temperature's too warm, it melts and water saturation is too much. If it freezes, which obviously it does most nights, but if there's a little bit of water... Oh no, he's off! What a great first run there in the under-21s from Pablo Rodriguez Salas. 20-year-old from Spain. Gets a high five from a teammate. And he did well to recover from this early slip just there. This was really quite heroic climbing. Just look, being able to get his legs right across that divide. Bridge in action. Really good technique. But here is where he came unstuck. Bit of a pick wobble. You can see on that one. And just lost it. A little bit of frustration. But all good experience and plenty for the learnings file. Just before his fell, I was talking about the ice towel. Sometimes if you get water in the pipes and they freeze, and the pipes freeze on the inside, they have to be manually disconnected, taken indoors, all 20 meters of those pipes, and defrosted inside. Quite a complicated procedure, and that has to be done at least 2 times in a season. So a reminder of our Instagram channel at UIAA Ice Climbing World Tour. We may even feature dancing belayers, behind the scenes content, and all the highlights from this weekend. So it's back to the under-21 females, and this is Yulia Filatova, another athlete who took part in this morning's speed contest. She also, just watch her get across this traverse. Swinging quite freely across, but never in danger. Filatova took the second place in the speed this morning. So she's already got a silver from this weekend's contest here in Oulu. Question is, can she walk away with another one? The high point is that achieved by her teammate Anna Pavliuk. Got to quick draw number 7. reaches over to that steel hold. Possibly a Kruganogi, one of the brand names you'll see a lot here at the ice climbing. Famous for their holds and their picks and tools, all the dry tooling equipment. Big reach up there with the right. It looks so perfectly balanced, allowing her body momentum to do the hard work. It's all about being in control, nice and poised. Making sure the legs do the heavy lifting in this sport. So hips close in to structure. Now just leans across. Any other position, that tool would pop out. You've got to weight it just right, pulling to the left. Now she gets the left in, it's an undercling. Also requires real delicacy. This is absolutely not a sport where you can just throw your tools around and pull hard. It's all about the balance, tension, footwork. Now, big reach up. She's got to do that without dislodging that left tool. There's a degree of movement that it can tolerate, but a little bit too wild, and it might just rip out. So 2.5 minutes remaining. This is Filatova's last chance competing in the youth championships. Oh, dangerous territory there as the left ripped, but she managed to contain the fallout, regain her composure. So Filatova now moves well into the lead. Really strong performance her with still plenty of time left on the clock. Today, amongst certainly the under-19s and under-21s yet. Could Filatova end that drought? Really strong performance here. Accomplished climber, not just in lead, but also speed. She won Sasfe a few weeks ago. So can she get the world and the European title? Reaches up into that floating undercling with the right. Last effort now. The end is in sight with 30 seconds on the clock remaining. She's not going to get there with moves like that. She's off. The time is up. But she moves into first place. A really strong performance there from Filatova. 15:36. She's set a very high bar indeed for those who follow, and that will be the British athlete Caitlin Russell-Connor, who comes next, followed by Irina Botseva. A really solid performance there from Yulia Filatova. Just ran out of time towards the end. Moves from the Russian athlete. So this looks like Nikolai Kuzovlev. Better known for his speed. Absolute lightning ascent of the speed wall this morning, which he won in the under-21 category. But here he is on the lead. Just walks up with that floating undercling on the left as he approaches the overhang, the roof. This part of the structure is known as Haski Hanki, a kinky overhang, 16 meters long with a 50-degree incline. Quite the challenge for climbers. So Duplinskiy allows just a little shake of the arms, looks behind him, not much hope there. This is where Rodriguez was able to just bridge his legs across. Is Duplinskiy going to try and do that? It looks as though he wants to do that. At least he gets his legs over onto that side. He's really fighting with himself, but gets into the figure of 4. Figure 9, frees up the right arm. Now to get whatever is behind that feature as he disappears from view. We can only guess at what is going on behind there as he's struggling to stay in the game. There's a leg. Are we going to see a body? There's an arm. A bit of rope movement as he pulls through and gets that 4th quick draw. Shake of the left arm now. And the right, get that lactic acid out. Nikolai Kuzovlev fighting for his chance to get the 2nd medal here today. Oh, and he's off. Not sure he really had the strength for that. Committed to a move. It seemed a little bit half-hearted. There'll be a little bit of a pause now before that axe is retrieved. Posing as it does, obvious danger for anyone else. Following. Or has he been past the pole? But here we are. Up until then, he looked very strong, very confident. Certainly plenty to walk away from there. To be proud of. And see just how out of breath he is. Just waiting for his score to update before we switch back to the under-21 females. be Caitlin Russell-Connor, all the way from Great Britain, who's up next. Here she is. Big cheer for her. So Bikulov, 4.17, moves into second place. But this is Caitlin Russell-Connor from the UK, from Scotland. She's been having a great season this year. She was 4th in Utrecht, 6th in Brno, 12th in Melbourne. She was also took part in Saasfee, where she was 4th in the under-21. So really lots of competition mileage under the belt this season. That counts for a lot. She'll be less affected by the nerves. She'll just be looking and feeling strong and relaxed, knowing what she's got to do. That said, you can't afford to make any mistakes early on. It's very unforgiving, this first part. Can she recover from that? She touched the ground. She's recovered. The spotter now spotting her. Don't know whether that will be allowed. We saw Emma McSwiggan disqualified for much the same in Saasfee, when she took a swing and the feet touched an out-of-bounds area. But Caitlin continues. So a minute has gone. Lots of shouts from her team. She's now onto the main structure of the route. Matches with the right, reaches with the left. It's about getting up onto that ice over this slightly rising traverse leftwards. Just fishes around to find a little magic place for her pick. So far looking very confident. That first traverse nearly got her. Remains to be seen whether she will be penalised for that. Big shouts from Team GB below. To get the next draw. Oh, it's right at the limit of her reach. Oh no, she can't get it. Costly in energy, that is. Very frustrating. It's always a dilemma to know when is best to clip. Quick draw. The sooner you can do it, the quicker you are on getting up the points, but the more efficient time to do it is when you're just a little bit higher up in the move. Just got a foot caught on the rope. There we go. There we go, she's back on it. So it's now a big reach left. Teammates telling her, yes, you've got it. You've got it, come on. It's an absolutely solid hold there. That Keep moving, they're telling her. Judging by the way she's shaking out the arms, starting to feel the pump a little bit. Getting a little bit strenuous. Less than 2 minutes remaining. Matches with the left. Second time she's failed to make the quick draw. Oh, and she's off. Unlucky. But it looked like she was getting close to the limit of her endurance there. Definitely feeling a little bit of the pump. Now, did she touch the ground there? That is the question. We'll have to wait and see what the judges decide. So she's been given a score of 4.03, which would seem to suggest that no, she wasn't given her higher mark. She was judged only to have got as far as that traverse. Now, back to the men. This looks like Jonathan Brown. Get those arms moving, get the blood flowing. Now he is the European Tour champion from 2020. So far this season, he's come second in Bern, third in Zelina. Currently ninth in the European standings. Currently with 145 points. Just supposing he got the maximum amount of points today, which would be 100 if he were to win. That would still leave him outside the top 3 of the European Cup standings. Remember, this is also this is a championship event, so that means it's a standalone championships with a chance to be crowned European champion, but also a European Cup as well. So the points go through to the overall standings, and the chance to claim that European Cup title. Jonathan Brown looking pretty confident as he moves up those opening moves, gets a good look at that hold. Just checks it's good. Is he happy with it? Now in his 6th year of competing. Steps up. Good bridge technique there. Another athlete is able to get those legs on both sides of the structure. Definitely saves a lot of strength on the arms. Nice close up there, you can really see front points and what they do. Now, there's a leg, there's a head. Where's the rest of him? Into quick draw number 4. So the high point is 7.22, set by Pablo Rodriguez Salas. Beautiful evening here in Oulu. The setting sun here in northern Finland. Brown. A master of roof climbing techniques, and he's got the strength as well. As you can see there, moving effortlessly into the figure of four. Now onto this second section of the overhang of the roof on this hanging structure. Just got a little bit of a movement. Gets left over left, figure 9. Frees up the right to get the next draw. So far, so good for Jonathan Brown. Certainly has it in him to pull out the bag. Some great performances. He's got the potential. But only a minute is remaining on the clock. He needs to get as high as he possibly can still, with 5 more athletes to follow after him. 50 seconds remaining. He's in the lead now, but he needs to set the bar very, very high indeed. Try and put as much distance as he can between him and anyone who follows. He's off the roof. Good work, Jonathan Brown. 20 seconds remaining. Can't hang around now. Still, this arête requires some delicate climbing technique. Just lost his right foot there. Good moves with the feet. Looks to check that left is good. The clock must be running out any time now. Still cheering him on from below. But the clock must be timing out any second. There we go. Great performance there from the Swiss athlete. Looking at his most dangerous and threatening at this point, and really attacked the roof as he was hanging off both tools. Didn't even look mildly perturbed. Really strong climbing there from Swiss athlete, originally from South Africa. He finishes up with a score of 12:33. Now we're looking at the last of the female athletes in the under-21 category, and this is Irina Dubotseva, who's made it away across that first little traverse. Another athlete to lose their footing just on that ice there. Seen quite a few athletes do that. current ranking in the female is Anna Pavliuk, the score of 7-18. And then Caitlin Russell-Connor, who seems to have escaped any kind of censure for that traverse. It seems as though she didn't contravene any infringement there. So her score is 4.03. Already, Irina Dubotseva, 20-year-old from Kirov, is looking like she means business here with over 4 minutes remaining on the clock. Gets the steel hold. Light starting to fade here in Oulu. But the fire still burns within Irina Dubotseva. Second in Sasfe, fourth Kirov last year. So I just heard from the judges that Caitlin Russell-Connor was indeed marked down for that traverse touching the ground with her feet, which is why the score may be a little bit strange, 4.03. But here we are with Irina Dubotseva, and she's off. Still, she moves into first place. It's enough. It's enough to get her the gold in the under-21 females category. Very strong climbing until the moment she came unstuck. Yeah, she just came off there. So that brings to a close the female under-21. You may get a chance to see the standings later on, but very quickly, Irina Dubotseva takes first, Anna Pavliuk, and Caitlin Russell-Connor takes the third place. There we go, in a field of four, and Yulia Filatova, unfortunately for her, is we've got a joint third, so everyone goes home with a medal. There we go, everyone's happy. What a great result that was. Couldn't have made it up. So still a few more male climbers, however, to come through on the under-21. And they are Pavel Shubin, Nikita Glazerin, Benjamin Bossar, Igor Zinoviev, and Ivan Loshenko. And the standard just promises to keep increasing, because the way the start list is done is that those who perform the best in the qualification will go last. So as we get closer to Ivan Loshenko, who's last to go, we can expect the climbers to get further and further higher up the route. So this is Pavel Shubin, 18 years old, older brother of Roman Shubin. He's competing in the speed this morning. Pavel also took part this morning, taking home the silver in the speed. Incredibly fast speed climber. Extraordinary, really. 10.36 seconds was his fastest time. But it's lead climbing that we're watching. Speed is helpful, but you really need, it's all about precision, about technique. Sequencing the moves. And having a reservoir of power. Kind of a contradiction. You need it in this sport. To have that explosive power and to be able to have it for a very long time. So another message from the judges that Yulia Filatova was also marked down. So they both get the same score. That's why they're joint third. The female under-21s, Yulia Filatova and Caitlin Russell-Connor, joint third, both marked down for infringements. So, Pavel Shubin. There's some 4 minutes remaining. Definitely a podium contender, Shubin. Came third in Sasfe a few weeks ago at the World Youth Championships. Though in the under-19s a couple of years ago in Kirov, he only managed a 6th place in the lead. Now, let's see how he gets over here. So the next athlete he needs to get past, Pablo Rodriguez Salas. Got to quick draw number 7. And then pass him, and he's got to get Jonathan Brown in his sights. And quick draw number 6. So far, so good for Shubin. Big gap now that he needs to bridge across by whatever method he can find. And I'm not sure what that one is. Perhaps it's just the camera angle. Certainly looks a little bit awkward. There we go. He's in the Fig 9 by the looks of it. There we go, Fig 9. He's onto this new, onto the floating underhang. A little bit of swing in it. Not like some of the hanging barrels that they get in competition climbing. This one seems pretty steady, not too much movement. So 1:34 remaining. Great views of the ice structure. There it is. That's where the speed climbing was earlier today. If you haven't seen it already, do check it out. Some of the highlights there. Really some amazing fast times from all age categories. Shubin's definitely slowing up here. Figure 4, big reach there with the left, sticks it. Great work. Can he get onto the ice? He can. Pulls himself through. Now he's back onto terra firma. quite, is he? Terra firma being just vertical as opposed to being upside down. Now 30 seconds left. Can he get higher than Jonathan Brown? 12:33 is the high point of Jonathan Brown. He gets the 12 quick draw. Jonathan Brown was quite high in the move. The plot is off. It will be very close. We'll have to wait for the official results to come through. A great performance there from the 18-year-old Pavel Shubin. Strong climbing indeed. Very precise movements. Was that big reach that he managed to stick before getting out back onto the main base of the structure, but that right pick just came off there. He was out of time anyway. It's questionable whether he would have got any further. Have we got his result come up? Not quite yet. But the pole has come out to retrieve his tool. We're waiting for Pavel Shubin's result to update from the judges who are doing it live. Here we go. 12.32. It's sadly not enough for him. Jonathan Brown maintains his lead, his provisional lead, still with 4 more athletes to come. And Nikita Glazerin being the next one up. Looks like Aneta Luzheka. Sadly, she didn't qualify for the finals today in the lead. But she's been having a great season. She's recently competing in the North American Championships in Oulu, and she also took part and came third in the festival. She has a slightly different set of rules. They do things a little bit differently, which mixes things up a bit. So, Nikita Glazerin, this looks like. He has 6 minutes, which begin now. Took part in the speed this morning, managed to get on the podium, 3rd place, despite a fall on his 3rd run. Wasn't quite enough to cut it in the seniors. This time only gave him a 4th place. Here's another athlete doing the double here in the lead. Speed is definitely his strong point. He's a 5-time youth speed champion, but lead is still not far behind. 2 years ago in last year in 2 years ago in the youth in Kirov, took part in the under-19s, but was 12th. And then last year, Champagny, he managed 14th in the lead, overall that is, the last. And that was a European Championship event, the only one due to COVID. Have to remind ourselves that it's just fantastic that any events are taking place at all last year was, of course, a disaster with all the restrictions, making for a very shortened season. Nikita Glazer there, look of steely determination on his face. He's done well to get here with 4 minutes in the bank to play with. A reminder that the season isn't over yet, with Tumen and Kirov still to come. And we will be live streaming those two events as well. That is what he's resting half his body weight on, just a tiny steel front point. Swings round into the figure of 4. Switches to the figure of 9, allowing him to just free that left arm first to make the quick draw, and then take the tool out of his mouth and get that next hold. Textbook moves here for climbing underneath a roof, a 16-meter roof. Now we're getting to hear the familiar Russian cry of Dubai, Dubai. Beautiful dusk light in Oulu. Big reach there with the right. Not a place you want to hang around too long. Does it? Successfully transfers onto this next part of the route. He's now got Pavel Shubin, his teammate, in his sights. Jonathan Brown still ahead, just over a minute remaining. Nikita Glazer having to dig deep, also having to really wiggle the foot there to extract the front point. That is also a down point of when you need to kick in to get that security, but sometimes you can get your front points a little bit too stuck. Can he get it? Can he reach over? He can. He's now off the overhang, having cleared the roof. But only 50 seconds remaining now to get the next 2 quick draws. He needs to get 11 and 12. Oh, desperate times, and he's out of juice and off. Ooh, a little bit unhappy about that, but often to be expected. This really can be very frustrating. These athletes are performing at the absolute limit, really going for it, and like all athletes, sometimes they just can't quite hide the emotion, the frustration. He was so close and he was doing so well. But when you're just at the limit there, prone to make a little mistake. The slightest mistake is very, very unforgiving. Great performance, though, from Nikita Glazer. Really see how the figure 4 there weights that pick, makes it really secure. This is where it all started to catch up with him. Lost his feet, and then he couldn't hold it with the left. If judges feel an athlete shows bad sportsmanship, they can get a yellow card. I imagine someone might have a word with him, but we have seen in the past where, you know, if an athlete throws down the ice tool or really kicks out the structure, they can be penalised for unsportsmanlike behaviour. Remains at the discretion of the judges. So we're staying with the under-21 men, and the next up is the Swiss athlete, Benjamin Bossard. Bossard is 19-year-old from Switzerland. Now, in Saas-Fee, he had an absolute storming performance. He finished up second behind Luna Ladovot. Let's see what he has got in store for us today. He has 6 minutes. Opening part of the climb. Always a dangerous time when nerves are running high, a little bit anxious for athletes. Just haven't quite found their rhythm, their groove. It's so important that they just able to relax and get into it. A little bit higher on the route. Oh, nearly. Good recovery there. And then once they've relaxed a little bit, you just get into that flow state. Here we are. He's found the floating undercling with the left. He's now up to first quick draw. Pulls it through. He is on the scoreboard. 2:13. Now up ahead lies this incredibly challenging roof, the 16-meter roof with an angle of 50 degrees. But we saw great things of Benjamin Bossard in Saas-Fee. Let's see if he can deliver great things again this evening here in Oulu. Currently lying 16th in the European Cup standings, so a really strong performance. Also helped with his European rank there. So far, so good. Just crouch down, letting the front points take the weight. Just looking at where he's got to go next. Now, it's about trusting that left tool. Gets the quick draw. Matches with the right. And then gets the legs over. Really nicely done there. Quite. There we go. Here's another look. It's a little bit unsure. He used a little bit of a heel hook there. Heel spurs were banned over 10 years ago. But nothing to stop you doing a little cheeky heel hook when the feature allows it. Just helped him to maintain his balance, steady the swaying motion in his body. Really strenuous moves here. Oof. He's done well to get through that. Now he's on the final third of the roof. In theory, it's just a question of working through the moves now. sequencing that he will know well. Switching between the figure of 4, figure of 9. Freeing up that leading arm to make the quick draw, and then the next hold. And he's got onto the structure and off the roof. Good job there from Benjamin Bossart with just over a minute remaining. Just fraction faster than Nikita Glazerin. The question is how far he can get with a minute remaining. Up ahead by the high points of Pavel Shubin, as well as his teammate Jonathan Brown. Jonathan Brown perhaps secretly hoping that his teammate won't do as well as him and that the clock stops. All too forgivable feeling. See what happens. With just 30 seconds to spare, Bossart needs to take it up to get onto the podium. He's done it. Quick draw number 13. Quick draw number 13. He moves into first place with 10 seconds remaining. Still he climbs. In fact, I think he has more time remaining because the clock that we're seeing on screen didn't quite start at the right time. And he will have a little bit more time to play with. I think we've got about 40 seconds. So Bossart is now in the lead. Really strong, superlative performance from the Swiss athlete. Really showing that the Satspe wasn't just a one-off. Body tension here to hold that. Reach up high with the left. He sticks it, moves up with the feet. Are we going to see a top? Could this be the first top that we've seen this afternoon? Still. And he's off. The clock finally ran out for Benjamin Bossart. Reminder that the men have 6 minutes. It's the women who have 5.5 minutes. So he can't be disappointed with that. Moment, we've got 2 Swiss athletes in the number 1 and 2 positions. Benjamin Bossart's just inched ahead of Jonathan Brown, with Pavel Shubin lying in 3rd place. But really great performance here from the Swiss athlete. He just looked back at the clock there and saw his time was out, but he's left with a score of 16.40, which if you're new to the scoring, it's very simple. He got to quick draw number 16, he got to the 40th hold, and there is another point, and that tells you how far he got in the next move. His is a 0, so that means he didn't get any higher, but you could get a 1, means you're going for the next hold. 2 means you actually managed to get to stick it. So just 2 climbers remain in the under-21 category, and that they are Igor Zinoviev, who we're looking at now, roping up, and then Ivan Loshchenko is next to come after him. Both Zinoviev and Loshchenko topped route in qualification. steady start. As we've seen, errors here are fatal. Zinoviev narrowly missed out on a medal in the speed this morning. He's already had a workout. 3 runs of the speed ice tower. So far, doesn't seem to have had too much of an effect on the 19-year-old. Looking nice and steady here. He just disappears slightly around this corner. Out of sight for us. Reappears the other side. Now, is he going to go for the next draw? Is he going to step up? Ooh, goes for hanging off one arm. A little bit of a one-arm pull-up there. Very cheeky. But really no big deal for an athlete like that. You know, if you've got the strength, he's young. It's something they'll do in training all the time. You know you've got that strength to do it. And you'll be quicker. Why not? It's all about personal preference, what your risk threshold is. There's definitely an argument to say moving quickly through the moves will help you further on. So halfway across the roof, moving into the last section, Igor Zinoviev still with 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Almost 2 minutes more than both Bossart and his teammate Nikita Glazerin, who are about a minute and a half remaining at this point. So he's off the roof now with over 2.5 minutes to get up this upper section. Lots of time to play with. Quick draw number 12. Jonathan Brown currently lying in second place. Looking like he might be shunted down to third place. Matches there with the tools. Interesting reaches with the left hand. Just gets him a little bit higher now to get that tool in that higher hold on the volume. He's moving very quickly through the moves. Now the 14th quick draw is now lying in second place. The 1.5 minutes remaining. Benjamin Bossart got to the 16th quick draw. Not much further. Zinoviev has it in him to top. It'll come down to the final seconds. Can he do it? His Russian teammates think he can. 50 seconds. Now his moves above the high point set by Benjamin Bossart. Oh, and he's off. That right wasn't good. He didn't have the pick in the right place. It moved a little bit first, and then he went back and trusted it the second time. I think that will leave him slightly higher in the move than Benjamin Bossart. So should be enough to get him into the lead. It is just slightly ahead of Bossart. Bossart 16.40 and Igor Zinoviev 16.41. Great performance there from the Russian, but he will also be disappointed because there was still time on the clock to come off. You still had a little bit more left in you. The pick just wasn't seated in a nice place where it would hold. This is where he came off. Difficult to see from far away, but I suspect he just didn't have the pick in the little magic sweet spot. No doubt he will have plenty of time to think about the ifs, the what ifs. But we still have one more athlete to come, and that is Ivan Loshchenko. Reminder, come and find us on Instagram at UIAA Ice Climbing World Tour. We did have to change our Instagram address after a little bit of a issue with Instagram. So maybe why you haven't been getting any updates. We've had to change our account. So do come and find us. All the best behind the scenes content and all the highlights from European and World Championships. So Ivan Loshchenko, 20 years old. Interestingly, he's also competing in the seniors, in the adult European Championships. So this route, this effort that he does now counts both towards the under-21 category and also the seniors category. Which potentially could leave him walking away with 2 medals. That's all only if he can outperform his teammate, Igor Zinoviev, and get to the top of this route. No one has topped yet. Will he be the first athlete to do so? We'll be hoping he is. Won't be the only one hoping. I dare say the route setters themselves will be secretly hoping that someone tops out on the route. That always is a satisfying moment for them too. To know that they've designed the perfect route if only one athlete is able to top. So Loshchenko moves into that floating undercling with the left and then reaches up with the right as he approaches now this long 50-degree angled roof known as Husky Hanky. Kinky overhang. At least that's what Finn's told me earlier. I hope they translated that correctly. At any rate, it's 16 meters long and requires some strenuous moves and a real finesse with the footwork. So far, so good for Ivan Loshchenko. Currently definitely world under-21 champion. Can he be European under-21 champion? Finished up second in the under-21s in Kirov 2 years ago. So clearly he will have high expectations of a podium finish today. This performance continues. It's definitely a possibility. Really giving us a masterclass in how to climb this kind of terrain, steeply overhanging ground, working through those figure fours and nines. Now he's back onto the main structure with 2.5 minutes to spare. Pulls the rope through. Got now 11th quick draw. Now he will just be hoping for no disasters. Anything can yet go wrong. So important now, just keeps a steady head. Doesn't rush it, doesn't commit too early to the move. You don't know, the pick is absolutely good. So far, he's taking his time with the moves. Oh no, and he's off! He's okay. He's a little bit disappointed, understandably, because he has just missed his opportunity to take the gold. That may not even be enough to get him onto the podium. Jonathan Brown may be breathing a big sigh of relief. Didn't get that 12th quick draw. I don't think he did get the 12 quick draw, so it's going to come down to a while. We'll have to wait till the judges' scoring comes in. And it has come in 12.31. He narrowly misses out, moves into 4th place. So that means we have a winner for the men's under-21, and it is Igor Zinoviev wins the men's. Benjamin Bossard and comes second, and Jonathan Brown is third, meaning it's a Russia and Switzerland take up the podium positions for the under-21. Great performance there from all the athletes, however. But there, the excitement doesn't end, because now we roll straight into the women's and men's lead finals. This is the most exciting part of the day, where the seniors get to do their stuff. Once again, women have 5.5 minutes, the men 6 minutes. Now, normally we would be seeing Irina Dubotseva would be first up. However, she took part in the under-21, so that climb goes forward. So we're looking at Anastasia Astakova here, 23-year-old from Russia. Came second in SAS a few weeks ago. There are actually 9 athletes in the women's final. 9 because Astakova finished up qualifications joint at 7th with Olga Kosek. Because we've got 2 athletes who took part in whose youth performances carry forward, we already have a bar for which the bar is set. So that was Daria Glotova. Currently has the high score of 14.36, with Irina Dobotsova in second place, having got to the 10th quick draw when she climbed in the under 21 category. So, this is Anastasia Astakova. It's been a while since we've seen the women climb, so almost forgotten how the route goes. She, however, shows no sign of that problem, having been sat in isolation for the last couple of hours. Really important that you remember how the route goes. You just get that sort of 10-minute period of observation to visualize the route, study it. Really good hold there with the left, that side hang in the metal plate. Just struggles a little with that 7th quick draw into figure 4. Haven't seen athletes figure 4 there before, but if it works for her, then it's good. So Astakova moving pretty swiftly through the moves. 3.5 minutes remaining. Not hanging around at all, just fishes around for that hold with the left, matches with the right. Oh no, she's off. Maybe she just didn't have that left pick in exactly the right spot. As she stood up, it gave, which is a sure sign it wasn't quite in the sweet spot. Hopefully we'll get a chance to see what happened. That was Ivan Lashchenko we're just looking at again here. There goes Ivan Lashchenko. Hit the wall quite hard. Luckily he didn't hurt himself. So here we go. Astakova. She got this steel holds there with the left. Now it's the left pick. Looking at the left pick, we can't really see. She twisted in the body, and that must have just a little subtle movement. Sometimes that's all it takes. Knocked it out of balance. Maybe it shifted a little bit in the hold. Magnificent ice climbing tower there. Scene of much great drama this morning with the speed finals. It's a great watch if you get that up on YouTube. Now, this looks like Virgile Davin, France's only athlete taking part this weekend. Now, for him, this is all about the European Cup. He's currently #1 in the European Cup standings. And barring a disaster today, he will walk away with that title. In fact, even if he ends up in 8th place, he will still end up with enough points to secure the win, the overall, to be crowned European Cup champion. But of course, to be European champion for the championships would be quite nice too. So we can expect him to put in a big effort. Nikolai Kuzovlev is currently 3rd in the European Cup standings, but even if he were to win today and Virgile Davin were to come last, wouldn't be enough. Virgile Davin has almost an unassailable lead in the cup standings. Dennis Van Hoek, currently second, wasn't able to qualify in the finals. So, Virgil Devin, though, all that will be far away from his mind. He now just really focuses on the climb itself. That's what he's here to do. That's where the fun is. And any result is just a bonus. You can only imagine what's happening behind this feature. Disappears from view. It's just having a quick break, having a quick cup of tea on the other side. So, successfully straddles past that. He's been having a really great season this year, Virgil Devin. Third in Bern, sixth in Zelina, and he won both Bern and Utrecht. Also competed in Malboon. He's only been competing a few years. Oh, we heard an allez, allez, perhaps from some of the French-speaking Swiss below. So far, so good for Virgil. Confident moves with the legs. Looks like he's not too flustered by this. He knows what he's got to do. He knows the moves. He knows the sequences. He didn't quite get that on the first go. Really wants to make sure that pick is weighted before he commit to it, and he does. And he's good time at the moment, 3 minutes. Now, quickly into figure 9, figure 4. Gets that left. Not quite sure. It's going to pull the ropes, get the next quick draw. Cannot afford to miss a quick draw. That is a catastrophe. Happened to any Bertling in Bern. A little bit ungainly there, but Virgil Devin is off the roof now and onto the main structure with 2.5 minutes remaining. Now, Loschenko is already through, so he needs to get past his high mark of 12.31. Actually not far from it at all now. Really strong performance here from Virgil Devin so far. Is he going to get that 12th quick draw? Wants to get just a little bit higher in the move. Clip it when it's slightly lower, which is easier. Side pull with the right. Got to maintain that body tension. Big reach up left now. He's got it. Again, it's a side pull. Got to keep that body tension. So he's moved above Loschenko's high point. Now moves into the lead and setting the bar very high for any athletes who come after him. Really strong performance still with a minute remaining. It's not impossible that Virgil Devin could top this route. He's that kind of a climber. Might just be able to pull it out the bag. He can't hang around and he can't make any mistakes. Struggling a bit now. Oh, and he's off. Still, that is a performance he can be happy with. He moves into the lead. How long he'll stay there is anyone's guess with such a roll call of athletes to come after him. Nikolai Kuzovlev, Nikolai Primarov, Alexander Karandashev, Vadim Marshikov as well. But great performance here from Devin, he just suddenly started to tire here. Just managed to stop himself a little bit, but at least he's happy with his performance. So Olga Kosek should be up next. There she is, all the way from Poland. All-round adventure climber. Got up some first ascents in the Tatras, amongst other achievements. She's been competing quite a long time as well. This is her 8th year competing in ice climbing. Also saw her in the speed this morning. So the sun is well and truly down now in Oulu. Olga Kosek. 5.5 minutes she has. No bother for her to get across that low-hanging roof. So she won the tour stop of Zelina. Certainly got it within her to be amongst the best today. Daria Glotova has set the bar high, however, with a score 14.36. Inching her way up. She's found the steel hold there on the left. And the 7th quick draw. Reaches up, gets that right on the volume. All the volumes are new from last year. Just kicks with the feet to make sure she's got the right position there. Moves that little bit of a Gaston, where you have both arms facing outwards. Named after the famous French climber Gaston Rebouffat. Just fishes around there to find exact spot for her pick. Really difficult position there, just hanging. Side pull on the right, got to make sure the body tension is just right. Over 3 minutes have passed. Did she find the spot? It's right on top. She's got it. Matches with the left. Olga Kosek. Slowly but steadily making her way up the route. crowd below, trying to give her some encouragement. Keep going. But she can feel the pump. It's just shaking the hands out left then right. Try and get rid of some of that lactic acid. But so far, great performance. She moves into second place. One and a half minute remaining. Not far to go. We haven't seen any of the women top yet this afternoon. The under 19s or 21s. Someone surely will get to the very top. She gets to number 14. Can she make the draw? Can she get it? She's got it. But she can't afford to waste any time. Still needs to get above Daria Glotova's high point of 14:36 with 15 seconds remaining. Can she get any higher on the route? And the time is up. Great effort there from Olga Kosek. Moves into second place, just behind Daria Glotova. Almost match her exactly. She's just not quite high enough. All round, performance that Olga Kosek should be pretty happy with there. Puts her into second place. Whether she can stay there, though, with still to come Maria Tolokonina, Katerina Flasova and Annie Bertling, remains to be seen. But it's a high chance of walking away with a medal. So we're now looking at Alexei Dengin from Russia, something of a legend in the sport. Been competing since 2008. To make this his 14th year. Doesn't compete every year, but he's certainly been a familiar face on the ice climbing world and European tours. Best year was 2018, finishing second overall on the World Tour, having won tour stops in Switzerland, China and Korea. So clearly an athlete with past form. The question, as always, is has he still got it? Judging by this opening section, the answer is a most definitely yes. However, the competition has improved. We've got so many young talent that's come through. Climbing has evolved as well. Big reach there with the right. Doesn't look so happy with it. But it's good. He certainly looks pretty happy with hanging off one arm. So big bridge there from Alexei Dengin. And at 39, he is the same age as Nikolai Kuzovlev. One of the older athletes in the lineup. Quite as old as Maxim Vlasov, who was competing in the speed earlier. He's been around since 2006. But great to see veterans of the scene. Big wide bridge there with both legs, so impressive. Swivels round and gets onto that next hanging bit of the structure. Alexei Dengin looking pretty solid. Matches with the right. He's got the reverse grip there with the right. A bit less intensive on the upper body strength. Deploying as it does the muscles you get in the upper back rather than on the chest and arms. But he's looking really confident here. It's just about efficiency of movement, working through these sequences of moves, getting the holds right first time, matches with the right, kicks with the feet, tool in the mouth, frees up the hand to get the draw, and then we'll see him rejoin his other hand on the tool, freeing up the left to get that next hold. And this should be enough to see him onto the ice. Oh, big step there, right at the limit of his leg reach. We often talk about arm reach, but here I think his leg reach is a little bit more important. Two minutes still to play with for Alexei Dengin. He's moving to the point where Ivan Loshenko got to. Still a minute 30 left on the clock. Matches the tools. Oh, and he's off. Round of applause, but clearly not happy at all. Really solid performance from Alexei Dengin up until that moment. And that's the thing with this sport. You know, everything could be going so perfectly well, and then a little bit of tiredness, or even just a bit of bad luck. Foot's in the wrong place, picks in slightly the wrong place, and you're off. Difficult to see, it's just both picks popped at both the same time. So next up is Mariana van den Steen. So it's super exciting. Mariana van der Steen also neck and neck in the runnings to be European Cup champion with Annie Bertling, currently lying in second place, and she's just 31 points behind Annie Bertling. So yes, this is a European Championship event, but Annie will also be thinking, Mariana will also be thinking of the European Cup points here. Can she get enough to get ahead of Annie Bertling, who is also in the lineup this evening? So it's down to the wire. Lots of encouraging shouts. She's got her husband Dennis Van Hoek also here. Mariana has actually finished up the European Tour in second place twice before, 2018 and 2020. Second place is not first place though, and she will be thinking, can I get first place? All depends on what happens in the next 5.5 minutes. A little bit of a struggle there. Didn't look quite as comfortable as we've seen some athletes. But the difficulties are over. She's managed to clear that. Now finds herself on the main structure with a minute gone. So it's really the battle this evening. One of the stories, a battle between Marianne van der Steen and Annie Bertling, who will triumph in the European Cup standings. The win gets you 100 points. Second, 80 points. Third place, 65 points. So Mariana trails Annie by just 31 points. So it's absolutely within her powers today to move in front. So far, so good. Matches the hands on that right tool. Careful with the body tension to reach round, checks. Is it good? Is it good? Ooh, dangerous, but it is good. Committed to it. It's a really solid hold that she's on the left. Those shiny metal. But once you're there, once the pick is in the right spot, it's absolutely really secure. Just needs to get her feet a little bit higher to get this next hold. Fishes around to find the spot. 3 minutes now remaining. Big reach there. Ooh, bit of pick wobble. As an athlete, that is something you absolutely dread. But fortunately, it's not a serious one. Just moves gingerly up the tool. Over 2 minutes remaining. Nice body tension here. Really nice balance work from Marianne van der Steen. Just makes that look so, does that so well. Just really effortless. All with careful. Oh no, she's off. She's off. The left just came off. Up until then, looking so good. Didn't quite get across this first time. Had to slightly change her tactics. That opening roof. There was also this lucky, there were a couple of lucky escapes for Marianne van der Steen, although that hold was absolutely bomber. She wasn't coming off that, but that floating undercling on the left just ripped, and unfortunately wasn't able to hold it with the right, not with the body weight swinging around. So that brings to an end her climb. Will it be enough to get her ahead of Annie Bertling? Perhaps not. All depends how Eni will get on herself. Aneta Lujeka is currently lying in third place. However, she didn't manage to qualify. So now looking at Alexander Karandashev as we move to the men. 35-year-old Russian athlete. He's psyched. He's really psyched. Wants to give it his all. Moves on to the main structure. Despite the age, he hasn't been around for long. He's only appeared on the World Tour in 2020. He finished 11th overall. The World Championships, though, the year before that in 2019, he did manage 6th place. So, capable of great things. But tonight is what counts, with 5 minutes remaining to show what he's made of. The high point to beat is still Virgile Devin. Now here the first of the difficulties, getting onto the roof. 16 meters long. Karandashev working hard to just try and surmount this first little section. Hasn't quite found a home for his feet. You do get a really good sense, though, of just how steep this roof is. 50 degrees is its angle. It's that fourth quick draw. Now it's about getting that tool onto that little black hold there, trusting it, and then swinging over. He goes into figure 9, and then swaps hands and goes into the figure 4. Get that next quick draw, number 5. Nicely done. Working through the moves, Alexander Karandashev. Steeply overhanging here. Narrowly missed out on the finals Sasve a few weeks ago, finishing up in 9th place. Just makes it over. Big reach with the feet. Now reaches up now to get onto the structure proper and off this floating, moving feature. At least now, the parts that he's on are not moving from side to side. Quick draw number 12. He's now at that point where Alexei Dengin and Ivan Loshchenko got into trouble. Slide pull there on the left. Oh, and he's off. All over. Almost exactly where Alexei Dengin came off. In fact, it was exactly where Dengin came off, with both tools on those holds. That'll be an equal score with him. So almost certainly out of the contenders for podium. Nonetheless, it's still an impressive performance from the Russian. Successfully negotiated the roof, climbing nicely all through the moves there. Looking very ninja in his black climbing gear. All black against the black sky. Wonder if we'll get to see any northern lights up here. A reminder, come and find us on Instagram at UIAA Ice Climbing World Tour. Now, if you're looking at a Japanese athlete and wondering, what are they doing at a European Championships? Well, it's fair to ask, because the rules are you can compete and take part, but your result does not count. So this is Haruko Takuchi. She is 37 years old and from Japan. And the European Championship and Cup events are open to all athletes. However, no matter how well she does, her result will not count. She doesn't get any points. She can't be included into the final ranking of the competition. So in a way, it's kind of just for fun, for her competition experience. She'll still end up with the rank, you know, however well she does. They can't change that, but there'll be no points. She put in quite an impressive performance in Saas-Fee. Made the finals. Came 7th. Oh, that left foot looked dangerously close to the ground, but I don't think it touched. Ooh, nearly. I think that's the 4th athlete I've seen who's lost a foot there. Seen quite a number nearly come unstuck just at that point. Only a foot off the ground. So Takuchi also explains why there are 9 athletes in the women's lineup. Normally there would be 8, of course. Oh, loses the right, but does well to hang in there, aided by having a left foot firmly planted on the ice. Searching around the hold there with the right, she finds it, steps up into that little metal plate. with 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Good hold there with the right. Haruko Takuchi, really great performance here. Only took to competition ice climbing relatively recently. Did well to hang in there. Good body tension. Just saw her, thought she was going to place the tool over her hand there. Sometimes athletes, you'll see them placing the tool over their thumb. In the end, she went and put it in the mouth. Matches with the right. Just looks to check. It's in a good spot before going for the next move. Now, is this taken front on or to the side? That's the question she's asking herself. She takes it front, matches with the left. Now it's this rising traverse left, which is quite awkward. 2 minutes remaining. This is where we saw Marianne van der Steen come unstuck. So important she gets this tool placement exactly in the right spot. She feels it, looking for that magic place. I think she's got it. It's a floating undercling, awkward as well. Just changes the way she holds the tool. Shakes out the arm. Just can't quite decide how this move is taken. And there we go. Like that. Side pull. Quite unstable. You can sense the pick wobble. She matches with the right. And now moves into a Stein. Well, a floating undercling, more like. Moves the feet just a few more inches higher up. Will it be enough to get her higher to that next hold? Really struggling here, spending a lot of time. Oh, and she's off. No, she just didn't quite have it. So that brings to a close performance of Haruko Takuchi from Japan. She moves into third place, provisional third place, still with 3 more athletes to come, with a score of 10.23. Some nice climbing from her up until that point. Certainly an awkward hold, really difficult there. Not the first athlete to come off there. Possibly not the last. So this looks like Nikolai Kuzovlev. It is Nikolai Kuzovlev, not Ivan Loshchenko. Kuzovlev, 39 years old. World champion from 2019. Also, he won Kirov last year. Which perhaps, if we're being Well, not unkind, but it's fair to say that wasn't a true World Tour stop last year with the curtailed season. It definitely had a feel of a Russian national championships. Not many international athletes being able to go. But nonetheless, he's an extraordinarily strong and capable athlete, both speed and lead. He's going for the heel hook as well. I think we saw Virgil Devin do that as well. A little bit cheeky number, but works. Nice way to just save a little bit of energy where you can. That's what it's all about. These just little economies of movement. Trying to get from A to B with minimum amount of energy spent. A little bit like driving an electric car. You're just almost in a game with yourself to see how far you can go on the same amount of juice. Certainly got the speed at the moment. The other athletes, when they got to this point, were more like 3.5 minutes remaining. Kuzovlev just over 4 minutes. So he's got about 30 seconds on some of the other climbers that we've seen come through here. He has lost none of his gung-ho attitude, which is good to see. Didn't help him in Saas-Fee. He took an early fall on a dyno. But he tends to just go for it, this athlete. Just reverses the grip to get this side pull. 3 minutes remaining for Nikolai Kuzovlev. Now there are 3 athletes who got to this point. His teammates Alexei Dengin, Alexander Karandashev and Ivan Lashchenko. But if he gets that 13th quick draw, which he does, has he got it? Has he got it? That thumb, in it goes. He now moves into second place, so only Virgil Devin lies ahead. Nikolai Kuzovlev knows that Nikolai Primarov is behind him, so he's got to get high, and Primarov is absolutely at the top of his game at the moment. And so he really can't afford to do anything but a career-winning performance here. Top is definitely a possibility with 2 minutes on the clock remaining. He's looking pretty close. Nikolai Kuzovlev putting in a really strong performance here. Got quick draw number 16. That puts him into the lead. Knocking Virgil Devin into second place. Virgil Devin, hope you enjoyed your stay at #1 spot while it lasted. Well, anything can yet still go wrong. Oh, he's not sure. Just being so careful to weight that pick correctly. Oh, nice moves there from Nikolai Kuzovlev. Now for the last few moves to get to the top. 1.5 minutes remaining on the clock. We might see our first top of the men's lead finals here in the European Championships in Oulu. Nikolai Kuzovlev looks like he could be the man to do it. 39-year-old from Russia. He's got 1 minute to spare. Just a few more moves and another 2 quick draws. Barring a disaster, he's got it. You get that 19th quick draw. Oh, a little bit of a dyno. He's done it. He moves into, before he's got to match both tours. He's got to get that 19th quick draw and match both tours. He's done it. He tops with 40 seconds remaining on the clock. Fantastic performance there from Nikolai Kuzovlev. Indeed, that could be a winning performance, which we'll have to wait and see. He's very happy indeed, as well he should be. Anyone who wants to improve on that performance not only needs to top, they need to do so with more than 40 seconds to spare. Still 3 more athletes to come after him. Georgy Duplinskiy, Vadim Malchikov and Nikolai Primarov. I mentioned earlier, really is at the top of his game at the moment. Absolutely stellar performance here from Nikolai Kuzovlev, an absolute masterclass, really. Once again showing that he's absolutely still got it and capable of a top performance. Now, this looks like any Bertling fighting to secure her win in the European Cup rankings. She's currently lying in top spot with 358 points, just 31 points ahead of Marianne van der Steen. Now, Marianne van der Steen is currently lying in 6th place, which give a point, still give you 47 points. So she hasn't got to go far to secure her overall title. But as we said many times before, anything can and often does happen in this game. Above all, any will be looking to put in a strong performance here on home soil. Just climb as well as she can on her own structure. Last year she was 2nd in Oulu when it was a European tour stop. But she's been having a blinding performance in this year's season. Just uses the hand there just to regain her composure and balance a little bit to get that absolutely solid hold there with the left. It's good. Into quick draw number 7, 3.5 minutes remaining. Yeah, Eni has been around for a few years, competing since 2016. He's having one of her best seasons. 1st in Brno, 2nd in Utrecht and Zelina. Currently top of the European rankings, a place she has never been before. Best performance until now. It's a 4th overall in 2018. So, very tense as she works her way up through these opening section of the route. This is where experience comes into play. Well, she didn't quite get the placement first time there. Able to keep a level head. Now, this is where things get a little bit interesting. Just that very delicate rising leftwards traverse. Where you've got this sort of Gaston maneuver, and then body tension, and this volume, that red hold underneath the volume is where a lot of athletes have come unstuck and found and popped. Ruko Takuchi came off here earlier. Eni still looking quite strong. She gets that 10th quick draw. Searching. Very dangerous place she is now. Very dangerous indeed. Reaches up. Can she get that pick in the right spot? No, she can't, but she manages to hold herself. Balance is very good. The lesser athlete might have come off there. Oh, she sticks it. Very brave, very confident, standing up there. Now she's got 1 minute and 20 seconds. Moving through the moves. So she's now in podium position. Now, third place will give her 65 points, which would absolutely guarantee her overall European Cup ranking. First place. Still 50 seconds. She won't be satisfied with that. She wants to do as best performance as possible. 40 seconds remaining. Can she get that 12th quick draw? Big cheers from all the crowd below. Currently in third place. She needs to get beyond the 14th quick draw. She's only got 15 seconds to do so if she's to get any higher in the rankings. 10 seconds. Can she do it? Seconds to spare now. Can she get that 14th draw? This is where getting the draw early is so important. The clock is running out and she's off. Great performance though from Henny Bertling. Only Finnish athlete in the female championships in the final. Acknowledges the crowd with a kiss. Great performance. So that almost certainly secures her win of the European Cup standings. Whether it's enough to get her a podium on this one-day event that is the European Championships, we'll have to wait and see. For the performances of Maria Tolokonina, Ekaterina Vlasova, and just those two. 13.34 is her final score. So, looking at the men again now. This is Georgy Duplinskiy, 35 years old. Third last year in Kirov. 11th in SAS a few weeks ago. Didn't make the finals. So here he is, the European Championships. Also saw him competing in the speed finals earlier today. Here he is in lead. A minute down, and he gets to the start now of where things start to get a little bit interesting. Good bridge across. Nice wide ability with the legs there, good flexibility. A look of calm and cool determination on Duplinskiy's face as he negotiates this 16-meter long roof connecting the two structures. Second one, which was made from recycled parts of a railway. Gets the draw. It's this little small metal hold, and the next draw above that. Big kick there with the right. Goes for a reverse grip onto this next hold. Likes to keep his feet nice and high. It's quick draw number 7. So with Nikolai Kuzovlev's performance, he's really set the bar high, and Duplinskiy, to do better than that, needs to get not only a top, but do it in a very fast time too. Georgy Duplinskiy clears the roof. Quite off it yet. Now he gets onto the structure proper. 2.5 minutes remaining. Definitely a strong climber. We saw him top both routes in qualification. Now, this, however, is where we saw a couple of athletes come off. Very delicate climbing just to get past this section. He does it, reaches with the right, matches with the left. You get that next quick draw. He can. It gets him up into a podium position. 14 gets him onto 3rd place, knocking Ivan Loshchenko into 4th place. Still 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining on the clock. How high can he get? Can he also go all the way? Doesn't quite have the time that Kuzovlev has. Kuzovlev had already topped at this very moment. Still, a top is a possibility for Duplinskiy. 30 seconds remaining on the clock if he's quick. A couple of quick draws still to make. Will be cutting it fine. We'll need to move super fast now across these moves and make no mistakes. Oh, big leap. Does it, gets into big 4. Can he get that 19th quick draw? Match both tools. He's got to get both tools in that hold. He does. He also tops with 7 seconds remaining on the clock. Now he moves into 1st place with that. Because it goes on your qualification. You scored a better result in qualification, and oh, we're just seeing the results readjusted. No, Nikolai Kuzovlev gets the top 5:53. Duplinskiy tops in 5:57 with 3 seconds remaining. Incredible performance there from Duplinskiy. Really great performance there from Georgy Duplinskiy. Now goes into second place. Now next up in the women, it's Ekaterina Vlasova. A 35-year-old from Russia. She won here a couple of years ago. Can she do it again? Just steadies herself on this little hanging roof section right at the start. She's off the first obstacle onto the main structure now, having lost just 30 seconds. So no woman has yet managed to top this route. And only Vlasova and Tolokonina remain. Gets the metal plate. Great view of the ice tower and structure. Absolutely brilliant location. Oulu has been hosting tour stops for 5 years now. This is the 5th one since 2018. You can see why it's a pop. And she seems positively relaxed by this hold, where other climbers have really struggled. Let's see how she does. Now she's holding a tool with the right hand. Reaches with the left. Nicely done. So next in her sights is the high point reached by Annie Bertling, 13:34. She's got 2 minutes to get there. Just 2 quick draws away. Also interesting that the high point is still held by Daria Glotova, who got that during the youth discipline. So none of these seniors have yet improved on Daria Glotova's route that she got during the under-21s. Katerina Vlasova now with a minute to spare in absolute touching distance of Annie Bertling. In fact, having clipped quick draw number 14, she now moves ahead of Bertling, shunting Bertling off the podium. Moving into 3rd place. Now moving above Kosek and Glotova. Vlasova, 20 seconds remaining, but she is in the lead. Now, she has pushed ahead of Glotova's high point. 10 seconds remaining. Can she get that 16th draw? She can. Whether it counts, we'll have to wait to see what the judges say, whether she got that 16th draw within time or whether she clipped it after the clock had stopped. Great performance all round, though, for the 35-year-old Russian athlete, Ekaterina Vlasova. Performance never really looked in doubt. Route still awaits a top, though. And there's just one woman remaining, Maria Tolokonina. Can she be the one to get to the very top? Promises to be an exciting last run. So we're now back with the men. Vadim Maltshikov. 23 years old. Part of the new breed of Russian athletes. There seems to be a little bit of a split. You've got the older generation in their late 30s, like Nikolai Kuzovlev, and then Alexander Karandashev, and then the youngsters in their 20s, and not many athletes in between. So definitely some of the older guys absolutely able to perform at the very best. Can these new younger athletes are starting to come through the ranks? So Maltshikov working his way now through opening sequences of the roof. 16 meters, an angle, an inclination of 50 degrees. The locals call it Husky Hanky. So far, so good. Maltshikov managed to come fourth last year in the World Tour stop of Kirov. Can he get on the podium this time around? Just got his pick slightly left behind. And a couple of times in the speed this morning, when an athlete left their tool in the ice and tried to continue climbing, and then rather like a cartoon character just found themselves spinning in air before gravity took hold. Maltshikov making easy work now. The final moves of this roof before he rejoins the second structure, the original tower, which has a height of 22 meters. Vadim Maltshikov. Can he go all the way? Look at past the spot here where Alexei Dengin came off. locks off with the right. Can you get that higher hold? Goes for the quick draw number 13. Does get him on the scoreboard just yet. Does get him a little bit further from his teammate Ivan Roshenko. But Virgil Davin got to the 15th draw. Teammates starting to give the Russian cry of Dabai Dabai. Come on, come on. He knows the clock is ticking. Got the 15th draw. This is where Virgil Davin got to. Looks as though with this climb, Mountaineering is pushing Davin out of podium place. He's got the hold. Can he get the draw? He can. 17. Moves into third place. Now, has he got the time to top? Big shouts from below. Big leap, goes with the side hang. He's got to get that 19th draw. Match both tools. He does it. Big round of applause there for Vadim Mountaineering. Have to wait and see for the judges' final scoring to know exactly his time. There he is at that floating undercling.
Naisen reitille Marja Tolokonina numero 60 Venäjältä. And then we have the last climber of the women's category, Marja Tolokonina, bib number 60 from Russia.
Final throw of the dice there from Vadim Mountaineering to get his top. Unfortunately, the clock had run out, so he only gets 18.4. That top doesn't count. But he does move into third place. Now, Maria Tolokonina. This is what it boils down to. Are the females going to see their first top? No one has topped this route yet. She is the last of the female athletes. 6-time champion. 2009, 2013, 14, 16, 2019 and 2020. An absolute legend of the sport. He's been competing for 20 years. And yet is still only 34 years old. Maria Tolokonina. Moving very swiftly up this midsection of the route. Just had to slow down a little bit at this hold. Knows that she can't rush it. Takes it as a sort of floating undercling. Just checks with the right hand. She matches with the right. It looks like she wants that left free to get that next hold. Steps up. She's got it. Moving so proficiently here. Maria Tolokonina. Really great climbing here, absolute masterclass. 3.5 minutes on the clock. Can she top? That is the only question on the minds of spectators here, and possibly Tolokonina herself. Side pull, gets quick draw, number 14. Two minutes remaining for Maria Tolokonina. Reaches up, doesn't get it first time, but she gets it the second time. 2 minutes on the clock with just a few more moves remaining. This is where the female route joins the male route. Just taking her time, being... Oh, she's off! She's off and is furious about that because a top was absolutely within her possibility. There's still a minute left on the clock. Just a silly mistake. However, it may be enough to secure her the win. Still waiting for the results to update for Katerina Vlasova. But that should be enough to ensure that Maria Tolokonina walks away with yet another win for her trophy cabinet. It is groaning, absolutely groaning, with trophies and medals from the last 20 years. But as she once told me in Korea, yes, she gets bored of training, but never of winning. Perhaps not the result that she was hoping for, but it's enough to get her into pole position, score of 16.40. Now, last up is Nikolai Kuzovlev from Switzerland, who is really on the form of his life. Another athlete who's been competing for over a decade, since 2007, in fact, and now is really finding the form of his life. He's first in Bern, second in Brunos, second in Malbun. Really climbing super well. And sadly, he wasn't able to take part in the World Championships. There was a little bit of mixed communication there. He was hoping to compete for Russia. That being a World Championship event, he could only compete under the national flag of Russia. But doing so would have meant Russia would have been over quota with athletes. So unfortunately, the rule book was laid down and he wasn't able to compete as an extra Russian athlete. So he's probably got that fire in his belly right now. First competition since Malbun for him. Ooh, living a little bit dangerously there, just hanging off one arm. But it's a good hold. So far, so good from Nikolai Primarov. But to win today, he doesn't just need to top. He needs to top and be quicker than Nikolai Kuzovlev. Got a time of 5:53. Nikolai Primarov now on this last section of the roof needs to just work through these moves like clockwork. Reaches with the left, and that should be the last move for him to be able to get those feet across, and it is. He gets the feet across. He's got just over 3 minutes 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Can't afford to make any mistakes, but equally he needs to waste absolutely no time and just go all out for the top. Fortune favors the brave, but in this game it also favors the careful. The question is, how careful can you afford to be when the clock is ticking? He's out of that little danger zone. Oh, it reaches down, doesn't quite find the rope. Gets quick draw number 13. There we go. That was where Alexei Dengin came off. So moving up to quick draw number 14. Not yet in a podium position. Remember that Vadim Malchukov almost topped out. He's really got to get high in this route to stand at any chance of a podium. All hopes on Nikolai Primarov competing for Switzerland, where he's now based. Look, he does his way up and he's off, and then no, it's all over. He just stepped up to take a look and it just knocked him off balance. So he will go into almost certainly 4th place with that result. He will miss out on the podium, but otherwise a great performance there from Nikolai Primarov. Dare say he'll be disappointed, a little bit frustrated, perhaps cross with himself. There he is at that floating undercling early on here at the roof. Did well to hang on at that point. Good recovery from Nikolai Primarov. Looking so strong here. He's got that 15th quick draw. Did he get to? Not sure it's enough to. It is. He just inches ahead of Virgil Devin to take 4th place with exactly the same score, in fact, as Virgil Devin. So, what a day of high drama it's been. That brings to a close the men's finals in the European Championships. And the results of that are that Nikolai Kuzovlev takes the gold, Georgy Duplinskiy takes the silver, and it's Vadim Malchukov takes the 3rd to complete an all-Russian lineup on the podium in the men's finals. Over on the women's finals, Maria Tolokonina takes 1st place. Ekaterina Vlasova is 2nd, and Daria Glotova takes a 3rd. I think we're going to hear the Russian national anthem rather a lot at the prize giving this evening, and it's all thoroughly deserved. So what a fantastic day it's been. We shall be back again next month when we're in Russia for the World Tour stops of Tyumen and Kirov. Thanks for watching. We'll see you then.